in moving stand for exam for a total of 80 points in this ring. The dog comes part way. The judge tells the handler to drop the dog, and the handler follows the judge's order and then calls the dog once again on the judge's order. The dog comes and sits in front and then returns to finish. And now they're moving over to perform the moving stand for examination. The dog and handler heel together for about 10 feet, and while in motion, the judge will order, "Stand your dog." At this time, the handler may command and or signal the dog to stand and stay. The judge briefly examines the dog, and once the exam is complete, the judge will tell the handler to call their dog, and the handler calls their dog to heel position. And that's the 3 exercises in this ring today. I'm joined here today with Barbara Wiedekind-Selton. She is covering Ring 1. Judging has just begun in all 8 rings. We're certainly excited to have AKC TV live streaming these national events for us this weekend. The handler that just left the ring had half point off. Entering the ring now is 315. This is Brett, a 4-year-old male Shetland sheepdog with Marcia Smith from Westchester, Pennsylvania. Setting up for the broad jump exercise, the dog must sit and stay until told to jump. The handler may use a command or signal, and then the dog must clear the jump entirely and come to front, sitting in front of the handler. And then the finish. And now they're going to go set up for the drop-on recall exercise. Competing this morning is the top 50 teams from yesterday's event. These are the 50 dogs that earned a spot into today's competition out of approximately 140 dogs yesterday. So the handler has to leave the dog, walk to the other end of the ring, wait for the judge to signal her to call, and then wait for the judge to signal her to drop her dog. She used a signal there for that drop. And then she has to wait for the judge to signal her to call the dog once again. And the dog comes and sits in front and then returns to a finish. And moving over to perform the moving stand for exam. Good morning to Bill Craig. He just tuned in here and sent me a text to say good morning. Glad you're in watching, Bill. And now she'll call her dog to heel. And exercise finished. The next dog coming into the ring is 320, Jimmy. Jimmy's a 7-year-old male German Shepherd dog with Regina Steiner from Somerset, New Jersey. And the dog that just left the ring had 0 points off. We have a Stewart in the ring, resetting the broad jump, making sure it's set correctly. So that's our little delay for the moment here. The top 50 teams from yesterday's competition are competing in all 8 rings. And this round determines who becomes part of the top 20. And those are the teams that will move into the final top 20 competition, which will begin this afternoon after lunch. And here's Jimmy with Regina. So the handler is setting up here for the broad jump exercise. You'll notice she's patting him a little bit there, getting him connected to her before the judge tells her to leave her dog. And she goes and stands over alongside the broad jump, sends her dog, and he jumps and comes to front. And the judge tells her to finish her dog. And the dog goes to the left and returns to heel position. And now they'll set up for the drop-on recall exercise. You'll notice the interaction between dog and handler, even between exercises. The handler tries to keep the dog's attention and focus, connection. The handler's walking down to the other end. Dog must stay and wait. Called, dropped. Good. And coming to a front. Nice focused attention, as you can see. With all the distractions happening and multiple rings around the one ring the dogs are working in, and people walking all around, and dogs, and all the commotion, these dogs are pretty remarkable as to how they stay focused. Moving stand for examination. The judge goes to examine the dog. You can see the dog. Most dogs are going to check the judge by just giving them a cursory look, but nothing unusual. Exercise finished, and the team will exit the ring. Next team coming in is going to be 324 T-Con, 7-year-old male Siberian Husky, with Sharon Wendelglass from Chester Springs, Pennsylvania. And the German Shepherd lost a half a point. Setting up for the broad jump. And the judge always asks, "Are you ready?" before beginning the exercise. And he cleared the broad jump, come to sit in front. And now finished. And exercise finish. Moving on to the drop-on recall exercise. Okay. We had a little interruption there. We're having a live streaming challenge here, but the team's working on it and getting it taken care of. Coming in the ring is 325 Link. This is a 6-year-old male golden retriever with Ted Sturm from Livermore, California. Setting up for the broad jump. The last dog lost 31 points.
Are you ready? We're ready. Wait. Lane cut. Lane cut.
Okay, lots of happy dog there, kissing and loving.
Stand. Get close.
Next dog coming in the ring is 327, and the golden retriever did not lose any points on that run. 327 is Lumen, a 9-year-old female poodle with Morgan Kramer from Caseyville, Illinois. Clearing the broad jump, coming to a front. And moving on to the drop-on recall exercise. Okay. Setting up for the moving stand for examination. This is being taped and will be available later. The live broadcast is having a bit of an interruption, and we certainly apologize to everybody trying to catch their favorites at home, but they're working on it and it will get straightened out. Next team coming into the ring is 328, Javo. Javo is an 8-year-old male Belgian Tavern with John Crossage from Westfield, Indiana. Belgian Malinois. The previous dog lost a half a point. I may have said that Java was a Belgian Tavern because that's my breed, and I lost my focus there. But this is a Belgian Malinois for those of you that can hear me. Setting up for the broad jump. Clears the jump, comes and sits in front, and now finishes. And coming to sit up for the drop on recall exercise. And dog will sit and wait until called. And the judge signals the handler to call his dog and then to drop his dog. And then to call his dog again. Dog comes and sits in front. Lovely focused attention. And a finish. Sitting in heel position. Now going to set up for the moving stand for examination. That dog's feeling a little bit of pressure from two people there. You saw that? They're trained for this, but it's hard, you know, because they're trying to focus. But he's handling it like a champ. And nicely done. Exercise finished. Great teamwork. Trust is his dad. Says, okay, if you're okay with all of this, I'm okay with all of this. Next team coming into the ring will be 329. This is Twyla, a Buceron, 4-year-old female. And the previous team lost a half a point. This is Judith Murnett from Kingston, New York, setting up for the broad jump exercise. She leads her dog, goes and stands somewhere along the side of that jump. They have to stay at least 2 feet away from it. Or I should say approximately 2 feet away. The dog clears the jump, comes and sits in front, and does a nice finish. Setting up for the drop on recall. The judge signals the handler. And this dog did not perform the drop. He sat on recall instead of drop on recall. Nice finish. Good teamwork. He's still connected to his mom saying, sorry, what did I do? And they'll move on to the next exercise. The whole idea is to try to keep as many points as you can. So the handler always wants to refocus in, retune into the dog. Don't let the dog really know that they did any big mistake there. Happy tail wagging. And coming happily to heel position. Nice regroup. Exercise finished. And the handler will get her leash, attach it to the dog before leaving the ring, and then leave the ring with the dog under control. The previous team lost 30 points. Next team coming into the ring is 332. This is Scout, a 9-year-old male golden retriever. with Ted Sturm from Livermore, California. As you see, Ted's got 2 dogs in the top 50 today. Setting up for the broad jump exercise. Nice focused attention. Scout looks eager and ready to go. Dogs and handlers are very excited, and the whole goal is to try to keep those butterflies flying in formation for both of them. Nice front and around to finish. Exercise finished. Oh, the boys are happy today. Happy dog. And now to set up for the drop on recall exercise. Going to give them all signals. The judges are required to use signals for this exercise rather than any verbal orders. Judge will signal him to call. Drop your dog. And call again. Coming to front. Sit in front. And then a finish. And exercise finished. Happy, happy, happy. It's nice when they can maintain their enthusiasm and stay so focused. Notice the handler there just took a deep breath, settling himself, heeling forward, standing his dog upon the judge's order. The handler is supposed to walk approximately 10 feet forward. The judge goes to examine the dog. Look at that beautiful focus. And exercise finished. Lots of great teamwork happening in these rings today. Dogs are very connected and happy. The next team coming into the ring will be 330. And Scout lost 0 points today. 330 is, or 333, sorry, is 0. 7-year-old male golden retriever with Joanne Bockhorn from Marine, Illinois, setting up for the broad jump exercise. That was kind of funny. The dog that was just in the ring lost 0 points off, and then this dog's name is 0. So, got me confused there for a minute. Setting up for the drop on recall exercise, coming back down this way for the setup. This rotation, the handlers are running fairly steady eddy from one ring to the next ring in rotation. There's 50 of them showing today, and they're having to show in all 8 rings. So it keeps them very busy. This round of judging typically lasts about 2.5 hours. Usually we're wrapping up this round by about 11:30. At which point we do tabulations to determine the top 20, and those teams will be announced. We'll do awards for the top 20, and then we'll take a lunch break and reset the rings, and then we'll be back with live streaming after lunch to show that final top 20 round, which is extremely exciting. Okay, lots of good, happy teamwork there. Job well done. Next dog going into the ring is 334. This is Lita, a 7-year-old female Labrador Retriever with Linda Brennan from Columbia, New Jersey. Hard to believe Lita is already 7 years old. The previous dog lost 0.5 point. And Linda is setting up for the broad jump exercise with Lita. Handler leads her dog, waits for the judge to tell her to send her dog. Handler sends her dog. Dog comes and sits in front. And then around to a finish. Well done. And the judge says exercise finish, and then the handler is free to pet and praise. Move on to the next exercise, which in this ring is a drop-on recall exercise. The dog is sitting and waiting. Call, drop. Nice. And call to front. And a finish. An exercise finished. Moving on to the moving stand for examination. Heeling until the judge says, leave your dog, at which time the handler may give a verbal command and a signal for the dog to stand and stay while the judge approaches, performs a simple examination, touching the shoulders and back to the croup. Once that's complete, the judge tells the handler to call their dog to heel. The dog comes in and goes to heel position, and then leaves the ring with the dog under control. That team lost 0 points. Next team coming in the ring is 335. And this is Nala, a 6-year-old female golden retriever, with Brian Berlage from Marshalltown, Iowa. In the ring adjacent to this ring, I don't know if you can see it on the camera, but is the retrieve on flat exercise. And the dumbbell is being thrown to the corner of the ring. And so sometimes the dogs that are setting up for the broad jump can certainly see that. You know, they see it, hear the thud of the dumbbell landing. And that can be very, very challenging and cause a lack of focus. You know, this dog didn't notice anything. She was so focused on her dad. That's all she was paying attention to. But the dumbbell made a loud thud when it landed, and then the dog in the next ring, a golden retriever, was a lovely, fast retriever. But the golden retriever in this ring never noticed. Great focus, great attention, great connection to her dad. Lovely healing. And now allowing a stranger to examine her. Exercise finished. Getting his leash, attaching it to his dog, and leaving the ring with the dog under control. All right, nice job, well done. Next team coming in the ring is 336. This is M, an 8-year-old female Labrador retriever with Connie Cleveland Nolan from Berryville, Virginia. The previous team lost a half a point. Connie and Em are setting up for the broad jump exercise. She will leave her dog upon order from the judge. Go and stand anywhere between the first and the last board on that jump, but 2 feet away from it. Send her dog over the jump on the judge's order. The dog comes and sits in front and then finishes. As you can see, lovely attention and teamwork taking place once again. Dogs seem very connected this morning. That's wonderful to see.
Are you ready?
setting up for the drop on recall exercise. The dog must sit and stay wait. The handler gets to the other end of the ring, and the judge will signal the handler to call their dog, and then to drop their dog. Whoops. Okay, moving right on to the moving stand for examination. You see Connie's not going to dwell on that error. Every point counts in these rings. You never know how it's going to shake out. So you want your dog to be happy and alert and stay focused. Judge completes the examination, and Connie calls the dog to finish. And exercise finished. Leash on dog. And leaves with the dog under control. Next team coming in the ring will be 337. This is Wow, a 9-year-old male golden retriever with Judy Deshawn from Amarillo, Texas. And the black lab that just left the ring lost 30.5 points. Well, that was the failure to drop on the drop on recall, and Connie gave a second command signal. Wow's going to jump the broad jump. Come and sit in front and finish. And exercise finished. Going to set up for the drop on recall exercise. Our judge in ring 8 today is David Bropes from Virginia. Dave has been involved in the sport of dogs since 1985, and he has earned many AKC titles on his Norwich Terriers. He began judging, obedience judging, in 2013. He judges obedience and rally. The other exercises taking place today in ring 1 is the retrieve on flat, heel free and figure 8 with Ronnie Beiser. In ring 2 is front Cardellino with the directed retrieve glove number 2 and the directed jumping exercise. In ring 3 is Carol Met Trombley, heel free and figure 8, and moving stand for examination. And in ring 4 is Deb Atticout doing the scent discrimination exercise. The previous team lost a half a point. Coming into the ring now is dog and handler 340. This is Crunch, a 6-year-old male golden retriever with Kathy Harvey from Lakeville, Minnesota. In ring 5 is Tom Agel with command discrimination and the retrieve on flat. Ring 6 is Joe Caputa, retrieve on flat, and the signal exercise. And ring 7 is Elizabeth Chase, known to most of us as Tibby Chase. And she is judging the retrieve over the high jump and the stand stay, get your leash. Kathy's leaving her dog for the drop on recall exercise, calling her dog, dropping her dog, and then calling again. all according to the judge's orders. And then a finish with a happy bouncing finish and a happy bouncing dog. Lots of focused attention, lots of connection, and now to settle down. There you go. Between exercises, as long as the dog is under control, the handler can pet, praise, have them bounce and jump around and do tricks and anything to keep that connection and that happiness going. Now the judge performs the examination part of this exercise, and the dog comes running and bouncing back into heel position. And exercise finished. And now Kathy will basically walk to the leash and then have him sit to get his leash on and leave the ring with the dog under control. Exercise finished. Very good. Coming into the ring now is 3-4-3. This is Stevie Ray. He is an 8-year-old golden retriever with Kathy Klein from Escondido, California.
Good job. Right there. Get ready.
And the previous team lost 0 points.
Full jump.
Clearing the broad jump, coming to front, and then a finish. For the finish portion of these exercises, it is up to the handler whether to have the dog go to heel position, finish, either to the left or to the right. And they may do the left sometimes and the right sometimes. Their goal is to save as many points as possible, so the imperfections, the very minor imperfections, are scored like a crooked sit in heel position. And so the handlers choose which finish to use depending on the exercise and how well the dog actually performs the finish portion, so they can save every possible point. Obedience is much like dressage for horses. There's lots of technicality at the perfect spectrum of the sport. And that's what these handlers competing at this level are typically aiming for. They want to have their dog performing at peak and as perfect as they can get it. The AKC National Championship is often referred to as the knock, and it is the most prestigious event, obedience event of the year for our obedience competitors all across this country. The event is by invitation only, meaning the teams that you see competing here had to earn an invitation to come. And that invitation is based on the number of championship points earned during the previous year, while they're competing at local trials all across the country. Next team coming in is 3-4-4, and the previous team, 3-4-3, lost 0 points. 3-4-4 is Lakota. Lakota is a 5-year-old male golden retriever with Christine Mackler from Plainsville, Massachusetts. Jumping the broad jump, coming to sit in front. So there are dog shows all across the country. Not every weekend, but certainly a wide variety of weekends. And these exhibitors work to show their dogs. That's kind of funny the way I said that. Many of them would agree they work to show their dogs. But at any rate, they train their dogs throughout the year, and typically at least once a day, sometimes more. The dogs love the training. And then they show on the weekends to basically earn qualifying scores and earn championship points. And it's the OTCH points that they learn, the obedience championship points that they earn during the year that gets them an invitation into this event. The next team coming into the ring is 349. This is Tanner, a 7-year-old male Airedale. The previous team lost 1 point. This is Anita Smits from Bloomington, Minnesota, with Tanner. Setting up for the broad jump. And exercise finished. Moving on to the drop-on recall exercise. If you're new to the sport of obedience and watching these dogs and handlers, keep in mind these dogs are working at the highest level of competition available in the sport. Many of the dogs have earned their Obedience Trial Championship title, which is often referred to as the PhD for the dogs, and we call it the OTCH, O-T-C-H. And it is the highest obedience honor a dog can receive. For the most part, these handlers are hobby trainers, meaning they are training and competing with the family pet. They simply love the sport of obedience competition, put in all the time and effort and commitment required to perform at this level. They're passionate, very passionate about the sport. Love the connection and the bond that the training and showing develops with their dog. It's a pretty incredible feeling. The joy and happiness that the dog and handler share together. Next dog in the ring will be 351. Q, 9-year-old female golden retriever, with Terry Thornton from Nogel, New Mexico. The previous dog lost a half a point. This is the 32nd AKC National Obedience Championship, previously named the NOI for Invitational, National Obedience Invitational. For those of you who have been in the sport as long as some of us, certainly you remember back when it was called the NOI, but now it's called the NOC, N-O-C. Speaking of how long things have been taking place, the sport of obedience is 90 years old this year. Amazing. The first obedience trial was held in 1936. Two ladies with their poodles were very instrumental in developing the sport, training their dogs, showing off their dogs' skills, and then convincing the American Kennel Club to start holding obedience trials. Drop on recall, and now she's calling her dog to front. Little did those ladies know that when they started this sport in 36, that we'd be here 90 years later. Originally, the sport focused on 3 classes: novice, open, and utility. Novice being the beginning level, and then advancing up to open, and then utility. you had to earn, you have to still earn a novice title before you can enter open, and then you must earn an open title before you can enter utility. In each class level, the exercises become more challenging. As you can see in this ring, all of these exercises are performed off-leash. These dogs are performing a mix of obedience or of open and utility exercises in all 8 rings. So these are the most advanced exercises that come out of the open and utility class. We've added several obedience classes through the years. And to help our people get started, the previous team lost 1.5 points. The next team coming into the ring is 355. This is Swift, a 7-year-old male golden retriever, with Mara Wacker from Hastings, Minnesota. We have the beginner novice class. Most of those exercises are performed on leash. The beginner novice is for those of you that have done any CGC titles on your dogs. It's a step up from the CGC level classes. As you watch these handlers here this weekend, realize that the vast majority of them got into the sport because they had an unruly dog at home and they took to a local training class. Oftentimes the local training class is taught by somebody that is involved in the competition side of obedience. And one thing leads to another, and they like the training, they like the trainer, they take a series of classes. Maybe at the end of that class they have a little graduation ceremony and their dogs perform with them, and perhaps they even win a ribbon in class. That's all it takes, is that first ribbon. And they get bit by the bug, as we call it. And the rest is history. The dogs absolutely love the training, the interaction with their people, the bond that is formed. It's magical. And it does develop through training and competing. The dogs, dogs, all of our dogs at home, our pet dogs, they love to be doing something with their people. They love to interact with their people. Next team coming in the ring is going to be 360. No, my bad. I think so, 360. Yes, 360. Encore. A 5-year-old male golden retriever with Annette Sizemore from Greer, South Carolina. The previous golden that just left the ring, number 355, Swift, lost 0 points in this ring. Encore is setting up for the broad jump exercise with Mom Annette. She's going to send her dog over the broad jump. And he's going to jump and come sit in front. And she will finish. He'll turn to the left and go to heel position. Now she's going to come set up for the drop on recall exercise. There's so many benefits to training the family dog. Really, your dog learns appropriate social behaviors with both people and other dogs, and certainly how to behave around other animals in general. You can eliminate many annoying behaviors like the jumping, digging, barking, chewing. And part of that is because the dog so loves to be doing something with its person. You're giving it mental stimulation as well as physical stimulation. And when dogs are using their minds, it helps them relax and be tired, makes them great family pets, keeps you and your dog entertained and happy. It's a wonderful way to build communication skills between you and your dog. And, you know, once you two understand each other a little bit, our dogs, they know us better than we know ourselves sometimes. You'll end up with probably the most well-behaved dog in the neighborhood. It's fun teaching the various skills and a fantastic way to get exercise for both you and your dog. Good morning to Sue Cox. She's just tuning in. The previous team lost a half a point. So our audio and visual is fixed. Deb Neufeld can hear us now. I'm sure Bill's still watching, so great to have some friends tuning in and letting me know they're watching. Okay, this is Smidge, 362. Golden Retriever female, 6 years old, with Mara Wacker, Hastings, Minnesota. Nope, this isn't the same dog she just had in here. She qualified. She earned enough points in yesterday's competition to get both her dogs in here. Mara started in the sport as a young junior handler. She's been showing for a long time now. It's such a pleasure to watch her. She's got 2 dogs now here, and she's doing a lovely job handling lots of good teamwork. Her dog is very happy here, focused. Heeling for the moving stand for examination. Lovely stop. The judge will approach the dog from the front, examine the wither shoulders area along the back into the croup. The handler will call her dog to finish and or signal for that exercise. Now they're going to go get the leash, attach, leave the ring with the dog under control. Next team coming in is 363. This is Saller, 8-year-old female border collie with Laura Avery from Somers, Connecticut. The previous team, 362, lost 0 points. Setting up here for the broad jump, waiting. You could see the little lean forward there. He's all excited and just waiting for Mom to tell her, what to do next. Female, border collie, happy, full of lots of focused attention. Laura is keeping her handling very calm, so that her dog will stay calm and not go too much over the top here. Drop on recall exercise. Coming to a front. And then a finish. And exercise finished. Moving on to the moving stand for examination. Heeling, stopping when the judge tells her to leave her dog. The dog has to stop. The handler continues walking approximately 10 feet away. The judge completes the examination and then signals the handler to call their dog. And exercise finished. The next team coming into the ring will be 369, Kiera, 7-year-old female golden retriever, with Deborah Delia from Northvale, New Jersey. The previous team lost 2.5 points.
Jump. Kira, jump.
Kira, over.
I believe we have about 5 handlers showing today that got multiple dogs in. Several of them have 2 dogs. We'll have a handler coming up here shortly. All 3 of her dogs got in today. That is nothing short of miraculous. I don't know how she does it. but she does, and she's very focused, and I'll point that out when she comes into the ring.
Down.
Well, she missed her down. Dang. Pooh. It's always a heartbreak for the handlers when the dog messes up, but then they got to regroup, you know? You just got to regroup, especially in this competition. You have no idea. You know, you're doing a whole bunch of exercises, and one failed exercise may not throw you out of the top 20. So you've just got to keep on keeping on and trying to continue to save every possible half point, because you just never know. And besides, it was just a mistake. Okay, leash attached, and she'll exit the ring. The next team coming in is going to be 372. And she is in another ring. She is in ring 7, so we're going to have a little bit of a delay here. Okay. We'll keep you entertained here a little bit while we wait. Kim Berkeley is our next handler, and she just came out of ring 7. She has 3 dogs competing today in the top 50. And so this judge is having to wait, but we told the handlers and the judges to please don't rush from one ring to the next like that. So we're having to wait for an exhibitor, so we'll take a little bit of a break here. At the end of this round of competition, we will do tabulations, announce the top 20, and then we'll take a break for lunch, reset rings, and we'll let you know for sure what time we'll start live streaming again after lunch. Kim, our handler, that we're waiting for now has a second dog in ring 7. You're watching ring 8 here. And like I said, she's showing multiple dogs. I don't know if how many dogs are between this dog she's showing and the next dog. If she'll be here soon, or if we just have to wait a little bit. Quite an amazing feat to be showing 3 dogs in the top 50. I don't believe that has happened before. I think this is a first to get 3 dogs into the top 50. Pretty amazing stuff. So as I mentioned, these handlers are competing at trials across the country on the weekends, showing in our obedience classes a variety of clubs offer. And at those trials, you typically have somewhere around 5 exercises to complete. And a perfect score is 200. That's the perfect score. But a qualifying score is 170. So you must earn 170 points to qualify, with more than 50% of the points for each exercise. And then you earn a qualifying score. We call it a leg towards a title. And for most of the core classes, you need 3 qualifying scores or 3 legs to earn a title. Novice is your entry-level core class, what we call a regular class, and then the open class, and then the utility class. And our beginner novice class is where a lot of people start after they've polished up their dogs. They've gone to a couple of different classes, and they've done very well with the CGC work. And then they go into beginner novice, because most of those exercises are on leash. Okay, I see Kim walking this way. So it looks like we're going to have a dog in the ring here pretty quickly. And the first dog she's showing in this ring is dog number 372, Zane. Zane is a 10-year-old male border collie. And Kim Berkeley is here from Caseyville, Illinois. Okay, here we go.
Hi, Zane.
Connecting with her dog now, settling down, getting all the nerves,
Good job.
letting Zane know that she's happy to have him by her side. Leaving him for the broad jump.
Jump.
Waiting for that judge's order to send your dog. She sends her dog over the jump. He comes and sits in front, and then he returns to heel position. Now she's going to set up for the drop on recall exercise.
So right here.
Good. And I raise my hand for recall. Are you ready? Move it on.
Wait.
Zane is going to sit and wait.
Zane here. Zane here.
Drop on recall. And off to finish. Now moving over for the moving stand for examination. She may command and or signal her dog to stand and stay. And then she continues moving while the dog stops and stays. The handler moves about 10 feet away from the dog. The judge then briefly examines the dog, and once the exam is complete, the judge will tell the handler to call their dog to heel. And the handler may use a command or signal, and the dog is required to return to heel position in a brisk manner. And exercise finished. And she's attaching the leash to the dog, and we'll leave with the dog under control. Next team in the ring is going to be 374. Zane did not lose any points off in that ring. 372, the border collie that just left the ring, no points off. This is 374 Cody, 7-year-old male border collie, with Rebecca Erickson from Council Bluffs, Iowa.
Cody over.
And a nice jump. Come to a front and a finish. She'll go set up for the drop on recall. The most common dog errors for the drop on recall
Are you ready?
include the dog not doing any one of the required skills, which would result in all the points being lost for this exercise, and that would be anticipation of any portion of the exercise, certainly not dropping, not coming. Minor points, some delay or slowness in performing, not coming directly to the handler, not sitting straight in front, not going to the heel position or going to heel position very slowly, and not sitting quickly and straight. So yes, obedience is a finer point game. But remember, we talk about the fact that while these exhibitors aim for perfection, qualifying is 170 or better when you are showing at the local trials. And a 170 or better is 85% of the possible total. So That's very respectable score. Um, it's important for all of us to qualify first and then work on the fine-tuning. You can't improve if you're not qualifying. Next team coming in the ring is 375 Dizzy, a 7-year-old male Nova Scotia duck tolling retriever, with Daniela Flores from Topeka, Kansas. The previous team lost a half a point.
Dizzy, up front.
Completing the broad jump. Exercise finished. And now moving over for the drop on recall exercise.
Are you ready?
Yes.
Leave it on.
Dizzy, tag. Down. Down.
Will poo.
Front. Heel.
And exercise finished. Moving over to the moving stand for examination. Some disappointment there, but Danielle is doing a great job keeping her dog connected and saying it's okay, it's okay. Sit. It's amazing because even if we try not to let the dogs know they made an error, some dogs are very sensitive and they realize right away they had a lapse of focus and made a boo-boo, and then they start apologizing to us, and it's our job to just manage them and try to hold them together and let them know it's okay. I still love you. Okay, next team coming in is 378. This is going to be Zuko, 7-year-old male border collie with Kim Berkeley. This is her second dog competing here from Caseyville, Illinois. And she's going to go set up for that broad jump exercise, connecting with her dog.
Heel. Let's go. Shoot, jump.
And very nice, well done. Going to set up for the drop on recall exercise now.
Okay, are you ready? Leave it down.
Wait.
The judge's orders here are all signals so as not to disturb the dog into doing any one of the principal parts of the exercise, coming, downing, and then coming again. And then the finish. For the drop exercise, the handler is allowed to use either a verbal command or a signal. For this exercise, they must do one or the other, not both. Heeling for the moving stand for examination. The dog stops when the handler tells it to, and that's based upon the order from the judge telling the handler to leave your dog. Judge completes the examination, and handler calls the dog to heel position. And that's exercise finished. Okay, the next dog and handler coming into this ring is 382, The previous dog lost 0 points off. 382 is Rain. This is a 10-year-old female Spanish water dog with Colleen Nolan from Inwood, West Virginia. And then after this dog, Kim will be back in the ring again with her English Springer Spaniel.
Jump.
Going to set up for the drop on recall exercise, getting that little connection from her dog while she sets up here, trying her best to keep her dog happy, happy, and connected. Focused attention. Walks to the other end of the ring, turns to face her dog, nice smile on her face, pretty drop, and then coming to front. And finish. And exercise finished. And moving on to the moving stand for examination. Judge always approaches the dog from the front so the dog can see him coming, and then moves to examine the shoulders, back, and croup area, which is right above the tail area. And then as soon as he completes the examination, he backs off the dog and tells the handler to call their dog to heel. Exercise finished. She leaves the ring with her dog under control. Got a little pretty bounce there before leaving. Okay, here comes team number 384. This is Dolly, 6-year-old female English Springer Spaniel with Kim Berkeley from Caseyville, Illinois. The previous dog lost a half a point. And that was armband 382, the Spanish water dog that lost a half a point. Drop on a recall exercise. Kim working to keep Dolly connected to her and happy and ready and willing to work.
Dolly, come. Down. Dolly, come. Get in.
As you can see in the ring behind you, the dogs are doing the retrieve over high jump, and sometimes those dumbbells are being thrown and coming towards the dogs that are actually performing in this ring. They're not traveling into the ring. The dumbbell isn't coming into this ring, but it's still a distraction. And yet these dogs are really doing a marvelous job tuning out the distractions that are happening in all the adjacent rings close to them. Kim keeping her dog happy, letting her know if she's happy with her. Come get your leash on. Come on, Miss Dog. Everything's good. Good job. Okay, this is Team 387, Molly, This is an 8-year-old female border collie with Laura Seal from Las Cruces, New Mexico. Previous team lost a half a point. Setting up for the drop on recall exercise.
Molly, come. Lie down. Molly, come.
And exercise finished. Nicely done. Moving over to the moving stand for examination. As I mentioned, we have 3 rings adjacent to this ring. And dogs are retrieving dumbbells and jumping and lots of activity going on. And the dogs are working very nicely to stay tuned into their handlers and focused on their task. Next team coming into the ring will be 389 Luna, 5-year-old female border collie, with Tom Tatum from Silver Spring, Maryland. Previous team lost a half a point. Moving on to the drop on recall exercise. Coming to front and a finish. Exercise finish. Let's go do the moving stand for examination. This looks like a relatively simple exercise, but there's a lot going on here. The dog and handler heel together for about 10 feet, and while in motion, the judge will order, stand your dog. At this time, the handler may command and or signal the dog to stand and stay. The handler must continue moving forward while the dog stops, stands, and stays. And the handler continues walking about 10 feet before turning to face the dog. The judge then briefly examines the dog, And once the exam is complete, the judge will tell the handler to call their dog to heel, at which time the handler may command and or signal the dog to return to heel position. The most common errors are the imperfections in the heeling portion, lagging, wide, crooked, what we call not facing the same direction as the handler, forging ahead of the handler. The handler's not supposed to pause when they stand their dog. Sometimes the dog is moving too much or doesn't want to stay for the examination and not returning briskly to its handler. The next team coming into the ring will be 390 Banks, a 4-year-old male golden retriever with Betsy Scapiccio from Flanders, New Jersey. The previous team lost 1.5 points. It's a moving stand for examination, is what it is.
Raise my hand for recall. Are you ready?
Okay, Betsy's setting up for the drop on recall. She's going to call her dog. Judge's order, she'll drop her dog. Calling her dog to front. And then a finish. And exercise finish. Now, moving over to do the moving stand for examination. Dog and handler heel together about 10 feet. And the judge will tell the handler when to stand your dog and leave your dog. The handler has to stand the dog while they're moving.
Thank you.
And continue forward about 10 feet. Exercise is finished. Leaving the ring with the dog under control. Next team coming in will be 391 Kaylee, a 6-year-old Labrador Retriever with Kathleen Ann Caballero from Liberty Hill, Texas. The previous dog lost 0 points.
Here, look, ready, give me those. Yes. That girl. That girl. Line up right here.
Okay, exercise finished. Next team coming into the ring is going to be 392. Poe, 5-year-old male German Shepherd dog with Shannon Kennard from Flora, Mississippi. Going to set up for the broad jump exercise. For this exercise, the dog must stay until called over the jump, and the dog must clear the jump and land past that last hurdle, and then the dog must turn and come and sit in front and finish. At which time the judge says the exercise finished. Previous team lost 1 point.
Right here. You. Sit. How you doing?
Raise my hand for recall. Drop it. Are you ready?
Stay.
Moving over to the moving stand for examination.
Stay.
And exercise finished. Next team coming into this ring is going to be 394 Dugan, a 6-year-old male golden retriever, with Tucker Kuhn from Cincinnati, Ohio. The last dog lost 30.5 points. That was a drop on recall.
That's a good boy. Good dog.
If you're looking to find the results from yesterday's competition, please go to the AKC website at www.akc.org. In the search bar, you can type in the 2026 National Obedience Championship, and that will take you to the page where you can find all of the event documents and links. Okay, sounds like we got a little bit of a technical issue going on here. I've just been alerted. Okay, I think we're still working on a technical issue for this ring. But this is team number 395, Presley, 7-year-old female Belgian Malinois with Liz Drexler from Clarence, Iowa. The previous team lost 0 points. Got to come down the other end for the drop on recall exercise.
Raise my hand for recall. Drop. Are you ready?
Okay, we appreciate people out there letting us know when our technical issues pop up here. Our team is working on it. We've got both rings evidently having a challenge. Okay, for any of you watching via YouTube, our YouTube connection is still working. And they're working on our AKC TV connection. Next team coming into the ring will be 397. This is Simmer, a 9-year-old female golden retriever with Robin Fargus from Brecksville, Ohio. Previous team lost a half a point.
Raise my hand for recall. Drop. Are you ready? Leave it down. For any of you having technical issues on AKC TV, try to refresh. You might want to go over to YouTube TV to catch that, or the YouTube app. Previous team lost a half a point. Next team coming into the ring is 399 Zen,
9-year-old female border collie with Betsy Scapiccio from Flanders, New Jersey. She is one of our handlers that is showing more than one dog in this top 50. Both of her dogs that she showed yesterday got into the top 50. Zen is set up to perform the broad jump exercise. And exercise finished. Okay, now to the drop on recall exercise.
Right here. Come on. Up, sit. Do a recall. Up here. Up here.
Are you ready?
Ready.
Leave it on.
Wait. Come. Come. Get close.
Great, we're back up on YouTube, or on AKC TV, I mean. For those of you watching via AKC TV, you should be able to see and hear us now. They're live streaming to via AKC TV and via YouTube.
Stand.
So those of you watching, if you lose coverage on one, maybe you'll want to try the other one in the interim. This is Zen with Betsy Scapiccio, 399. And they just finished all their exercises in this ring. The 3 exercises that are being performed in here: the broad jump, drop on recall, and the moving stand for examination. The next team coming into this ring is team number 400. This is Dell, a 9-year-old female border collie with Mary Wharton from Rogemont, North Carolina. Previous team lost a half a point. Mary is showing 2 dogs as well this weekend, and both of her dogs made it into this round. So there'll be a brief intermission after she shows this dog so that she can get her other dog.
Raise my hand for recall. Are you ready? Leave it on.
Setting up for the drop on recall exercise. The dog must sit and wait until called and then drop to a down position on the handler's commander's signal and then come to a front, which is a sit in front of the handler, and then finish, which is to heel position by either going to the left or the right behind the handler. Throughout it, the handler must wait for the judge's orders to give the commands to the dog. And now we're moving over to the moving stand for examination. if you are watching via YouTube, yes, both rings are being televised over there as well. When you get to that app, you have to look for a button up at the upper right top, they're telling me. And that will give you an option to see both rings. I can't quite break out and go look at that myself, or perhaps I could give you better directions. I'll try to do that during the afternoon break so everybody knows. Mary is getting her other dog. The previous dog lost 0 points. The next team coming in is going to be 406, Ivy. And Ivy is a 3-year-old female border collie with Mary Wharton. And here comes Mary. She's on her way. Connecting now with her second dog before she walks in that ring. And here we go. And setting up for the broad jump exercise. Dog must sit and stay until it's called over the jump. The handler can't send it to jump until the judge tells her to. The dog must clear the jump, land past that last hurdle, and then turn and come and sit in front and finish. And now she'll go set up for the drop on recall exercise.
Are you ready? Leave it on.
Handler sits her dog and leaves her dog and walks to the other end of the ring and waits for the judge's signal to call, then to drop their dog, and then to call again. And then finish where the dog goes back to heel position and exercise finished. And now moving over for the moving stand for examination exercise. About 10 feet of heeling. When the judge orders, stand your dog. At which time the handler tells the dog to stay while they continue moving. And they walk approximately 10 feet forward, turn to face the dog. The judge does the examination, and upon completion of the examination, has the handler call their dog to heel. Exercise finished. The next team coming in the ring is going to be 407 Diva, 6-year-old female border collie with Stephanie Podica from Central Square, New York. And the previous team lost 0 points.
Diva, over.
I'll raise my hand for recall. Drop it. Are you ready? Leave it down.
Wait. Diva, come. Lie down. Diva, what? Diva, heel. Stay. Get it.
Good luck. Broad jump is first. Are you ready?
Ready?
Leave it down.
Wait. Cookie jump. Good girl.
Drop one, Rico.
Good girl.
Raise my hand for recall. Drop it. Are you ready?
Ready?
Leave it down.
Wait.
Next shot. Go back.
Good sit. Good girl.
Dumbbell went out.
Oh, I see. Good job.
Previous team lost a half a point. This is team 414 Cookie, 7-year-old female Belgian Malinois with Jennifer Wynick from Pipersville, Pennsylvania. Setting up for the drop on recall exercise.
Come. Drop.
Call, drop, call front. And a finish. And exercise finished. And finish to heel, following that moving stand for examination exercise. Leash attached to the dog, leaving the ring with the dog under control. Next team in this ring is going to be 417 Breezy, a 9-year-old female Shetland sheepdog with Carrie Lovell from Dallas, Texas. The Belgian Malinois lost 0 points in this ring. The broad jump is being reset by one of our stewards. Big shout out to all our volunteer stewards and club volunteers across our country. Stewards are what we call the workers in the ring. In addition to them, we have volunteers working these events all over the country every weekend at dog shows, and we certainly appreciate their work. Our clubs, AKC is a club of clubs. Our clubs do a fantastic job putting on dog events of all kinds all across this country every weekend. The clubs consist of dog people volunteering their time, effort, and energy so that all of us can enjoy participating with our dogs and developing friendships that oftentimes last a lifetime. And so, big shout out to our volunteers, all of you that volunteer in every facet and capacity. We very much appreciate you. That team lost a half a point. Next coming into the ring is team number 301, Hype, a 5-year-old male border collie with Emily Scott from St. Louis, Missouri. Hype and Emily are going to set up for the broad jump, connecting together. She will leave her dog when the judge orders her to leave her dog. Go and stand anywhere between the first and the last board, approximately 2 feet away from the jump, and wait for the judge to say, "Send your dog." The dog must then jump come to front and perform the finish. And now she's setting up for the drop on recall exercise.
Raise my hand for recall. Drop hand. Are you ready?
Any of you tuning in and wondering how you can learn more about dog sports, all of our sports, please be sure to visit our website, www.akc.org. When you get to the main page, you can use the search bar or just begin exploring. Click on the tab that says Sports and Events. That will help you find sports that you're interested in and find possible events that you can attend locally. Go watch a dog show. It's a great family outing. Those of you with children, please remind your kids to not approach a dog without asking their person if they can. So you always want to ask the person that's holding the dog's leash if the child may pet the dog. Not all dogs like children. And it's just a good common courtesy. You wouldn't want to startle the dog. Previous team lost a half a point. Showing now is team number 303. This is Cord, a 7-year-old male border collie with Marion Crane from Burns Mill, Missouri.
I'll raise my hand for recall. Drop it. Are you ready? Here we go.
Keep in mind all those people that you see on the weekends showing their dogs local venues and such. They're all family pets. They started out that way. Family pet. And then they start training, and the dog and handler develop this incredible bond and joy in working together and experiencing the teamwork. It's exhilarating. And that's how you end up getting bit by the bug and see the competition and say, I want to do that with my dog. And you can. Keep in mind what you're seeing here. These teams have worked towards perfection. They've put in a lot of hours to basically achieve this level of perfection. But there's certainly much to do that does not require this level of perfection. Even in obedience, qualifying score is 200, or perfect score is 200. Qualifying is 170 with more than 50% of each exercise. The previous team lost 0 points. This is team number 307. This is Boz, 6-year-old male border collie with Teresa Mazzulla from Clifton Park, New York. If you're new into the sport, maybe you've taken a couple of classes, or even if you've only taken one class. If you know the club in the area is having a local event, you can certainly volunteer to steward. They will welcome breaking you in. They always team you up with somebody that's experienced and will help guide you along. The judges are very friendly and kind. They realize that we can't do these events without our volunteers. So being a ring steward, you see the stewards out there in the ring. She just took the judge's clipboard, and the judge takes their time ahead of the class to give you the instructions and how you can help and how to set the jumps and the miscellaneous tasks that are involved. It's a great way to learn, and it's a perfect front row seat. It's really the best seat in the house. Next team coming in the ring will be 308. Tori, a 10-year-old female golden retriever, with Kathy Moore from Norco, California. Previous team lost a half a point.
Thank you. Let's go.
Are you ready?
Yes.
Setting up for the drop-on recall exercise. We've only got a couple more dogs in this ring, and then this ring will be complete. I see the ring behind us, ring number 7 is finished. I'm not sure of the status of the rest of the rings. But I'll see if I can find that out for you and give you an idea of how our timing is going to work today. But we'll certainly announce all of that. Exercise finished. Next team coming into this ring is going to be team 311. Squeeze, 7-year-old female golden retriever, owned by Sherry Seibert from Schoolcraft, Michigan. The previous team lost 0 points. You can see Sherry's connecting with Squeeze, setting up to do the broad jump. Got a great connection going, focused attention. And this should be this dog's last ring. So the dogs are moving their way through all 8 rings, doing a fantastic job, keeping their attention and focus. Nice finish. Going to set up for the drop-on recall exercise. For this exercise, the dog must sit and wait until called, drop to a down position on the handler's command or signal, and then come to a front, which is to sit in front of the handler, and then finish, which is to heel position by either going to the left or the right. Squeeze completed her drop there, came to front, and returned to finish, and exercise finished. Going to set up for the moving stand for examination. This is where they do a portion of healing. And then the dog must stand and stay while the handler continues moving forward. Approximately 10 feet more of heeling. The judge approaches the dog from the front, goes to the withers, examines the wither area, shoulders, the back, and the croup. And then the exercise is finished and the handler calls the dog to heel position, or yes, to heel position. And then leash on, and we exit the ring with the dog under control. Nice job. The next team in this ring will be team number 313, and that will be Rocket, a 7-year-old male Shetland sheepdog with Charlie Chimera from Cypress, Texas. 311, lost 0 points in this ring. This will be our last dog. So once you finish watching this team, I recommend you tune into ring 8 so that we can keep you posted. Oh, wait a minute. Maybe ring 8 is finished as well. Or, I mean, ring 1. Hold on and let me check for you. Yes, this is the last dog in this ring. There's a few more dogs to show over there in ring 1. We still have a couple of other rings going. But as soon as we have a better idea as to what time the other rings will finish up, which will probably be about 11-ish. Tune back in and keep a check. The awards will be announced in ring 1. If we have any runoffs, they too will be announced from ring 1. Although the runoffs will take place in ring 8, the camera from ring 1 will be live streaming. So please make sure that you tune in to ring 1 for live streaming of any runoffs that we have, and then for the announcement of the top 20, and to find out when that judging of that will take place this afternoon after lunch. So stay tuned to ring 1 as we wrap up here in ring 8. Finishing up here with the moving stand for examination with Charlie and Rocket. And exercise finished. Happy dog, happy pops. Okay, that is our final dog in ring 8. Please tune in to ring 1 so that you can capture the few dogs remaining in that ring. And then when we're ready to have any runoffs and or our awards, the camera from ring 1 will pan over to ring 8 to show any runoffs, and the awards will be captured in ring 1. Tune in. We'll see you soon. Hi, everybody. If you're tuning in, we are getting ready to broadcast the top 20 in just a few minutes. We're live streaming to you from Wilmington, Ohio, Roberts Center, Eukanuba Hall. This is our final round of the National Obedience Championship competition. The top 20 will be running in 4 rings. We have 2 judges in each ring. This is a fast and furious round of competition. The judges in ring 8 are Elizabeth Chase from Massachusetts and Joseph Caputo from Delaware. To those of us that are friendly and familiar with our judges, we know Elizabeth Chase is Tibby, and of course Joseph Caputo as Joe. During this round, the points off and scores are not shown or announced for this round. That way we keep it surprising and interesting. One judge will call the orders, and both judges will score without consulting the other. In ring 8, we are performing directed jumping and the signal exercise. These 2 exercises are worth 40 points each for a total of 80 points per judge. The directed jumping is a 2-part exercise where the dog and handler set up in the center of the ring. The dog is told to run away from the handler straight away towards the other end of the ring. Stops and sits in the approximate center about 20 feet past the 2 jumps. Jumps a jump that it's told to jump, returns to sit in front of the handler, and then returns to heel position. The dog performs each of these pieces by following its handler's directions. The first dog in the ring is team number 333. This is Zero, a 7-year-old male golden retriever with Joanne Bockhorn from Marine, Illinois. Jumping the high jump first. Coming to the handler to sit in front. And exercise finished. Now she'll set up to do the second part of this, which is the bar jump. Dog goes out again. Sits when told by the handler. Jumping the bar jump. Notice the handler turns to face the dog so that the dog can come directly to front. That's not required, but they can. Turn, and then she has the dog finish. Exercise finished. Now she's setting up for the signal exercise. In this exercise, the handler must direct the dog using signals without any verbal commands. The dog and handler work as a team while heeling, and the dog must respond correctly to the handler's signals to stand, stay, down, sit, and come. Heeling like this is much like dancing with your dog is what we call it, and this level of precision, it feels marvelous. As you can see, we have all 4 rings going. Dogs are working in each of the ring. She will stand her dog. The judge will say, leave your dog. She leaves her dog, comes down to the other end to turn and face her dog. And coming to front. Finish. Exercise finished. 334 is the next dog in this ring. It will be Lita, a 7-year-old female Labrador Retriever, with Linda Brennan from Columbia, New Jersey.
Close. Here. Sit. Close. Close. Away. Here. Here. You ready? I am.
Setting up for directed jumping. The dog is sent away from the handler, turns and sits on command, jumping the high jump. The handler is turning to face her dog. Dog comes to front. Dog finishes, and the judge will say exercise finished, at which time the handler can release their dog, pet praise, and reset up for the second part of this 2-part exercise. Sending her dog again, having the dog sit approximately 20 feet past the jumps. Nice go outs these guys are doing. And into a finish. Exercise finished. Going to set up for the signal exercise. You'll notice the lovely teamwork between dog and handler with all of these teams. They work very hard to have their dog happy and connected and a willing partner. Hopefully both dog and handler are peaking at the right time. This is a very exciting round of competition. Of course, excitement can bring a little bit of stress, but these handlers work very, very hard to keep their own nerves in check so that their dogs will keep their nerves in check as well and be able to perform at their best. Lovely heeling. And into a front. And exercise finished. Next team in the ring is 340. This is Crunch, a 6-year-old male golden retriever with Kathy Harvey from Lakeville, Minnesota. Handler has come into the ring, handing a release to the steward, and setting up in the middle of the ring. As with most of the exercises in obedience, to avoid handler error deductions, the handler must wait for the judge's orders to tell their dog to perform each piece of the exercise, except for the sit after the go-out portion of this exercise. For the sit, the handler is responsible for telling the dog to sit approximately 20 feet beyond the jumps. The most common errors of this exercise: anticipation or delay by the handler. Notice this handler did not turn to pivot towards her dog. For the front part, she let her dog come to front by rotating and turning into front. Common dog errors in this exercise: dog not going far enough away from the handler, not sitting or jumping the correct jump, and not returning or sitting in front of the handler and not going to heel position. This is our signal exercise. Once again, lovely teamwork, pretty heeling. Heeling is typically one of our most prized and precious exercises in obedience because it's such a dance with your dog. And handlers love to teach it and train it and try to get it to look really, really pretty. But it all starts with loose leash training, teaching your pet dog to walk on a loose leash. Once you teach them to walk on a loose leash, then you can shore up all the prettiness, get focused attention, and work on the precision. But you got to get them wanting to do it all with you first. So it's very important to have your dog learn that learning is fun. And it's up to you as the handler to make it fun. The next dog coming in the ring is 343. This is Stevie Ray, 8-year-old male golden retriever with Kathy Klein from Escondido, California.
Steve, close. Sit. Wait there.
In ring 7, directly behind us, we have Dave Brobst and Ronnie Beiser judging the heel-free figure 8 and the broad jump exercise.
Steve, sit.
In ring 1, we have Frank Cardellino and Deborah Adicott judging the retrieve over the high jump and the directed retrieve glove number 3. And in ring 2, we have Tom Agil and Carol Matt Trumley judging command discrimination, down stand sit, and the drop on recall exercise. This round of competition is worth 520 points. We are not showing scores or points off during this rotation. This is the final. Judging of the top 20 to determine the top 10 placements, and that includes our 2026 National Obedience Champion, which is the first place dog.
Get ready. Get ready. Let's go. Right here.
Setting up for the signal exercise. Once again, notice the lovely teamwork. Even though Kathy is having to use a cane to steady herself up, recovering from an injury. Her dog is working lovely with her. Standing in heel position, she will give her stay signal, leave her dog, come down to the other end of the ring, turn to face her dog, and the judge will signal the handler to down her dog, to then sit her dog, and then to call her dog. Well done. And exercise finished.
What a good boy.
355 is the next dog coming into the ring. That dog is Swift, 7-year-old male golden retriever with Mara Wacker from Hastings, Minnesota. She has 2 dogs that made it into this round, and she will be showing them back to back. Setting up for directed jumping.
Go. Sit. High jump. Jump.
Coming to front. And exercise finish. She will now set up for part 2 of this exercise. Send her dog on the judge's order when the dog's approximately 20 feet. Is when she sits her dog and then waits for the judge's order to jump her dog. And then she tells the dog to jump, and she can use a hand signal as well. She's setting up for the signal exercise now. The dog and handler work as a team while heeling, and the dog must respond correctly to the handler's signals. Heeling in the sport of obedience basically is a form of stylized walking with your dog on your left side. Perfection-wise, ideally the dog will remain consistently in the same place throughout the heeling part of this exercise, alongside the handler's left hip, without forging ahead, lagging behind, moving wide away, or crowding and interfering with the handler. Points are lost in obedience when those minor imperfections occur. The number of points depends on the degree of the errors, and deductions in obedience begin at a half a point. At this level of polish competition, while heeling, the team looks as if they are dancing together as one. It's beautiful, beautiful to watch. Nice work. The most common handler errors include adapting to the dog while heeling and the use of any verbal commands during the signal exercise. Next dog coming into the ring is 362, and this is going to be Smidge, Mara's 6-year-old female golden retriever. The stewards are out in the ring resetting the jump. Big shout out to our stewards here, and certainly all of our stewards and volunteers and workers across the country helping us out at dog shows every weekend. It's a great way to learn all about the little nuances of the breed. Setting up for directed jumping. She's going to send her dog.
Go. Sit. Jump. Heel.
And exercise finish. She'll set up for part 2 of directed jumping. Refocusing her dog so her dog knows where she's going.
Go out. Sit.
Fast go out.
Jump. Heel.
And to finish. Exercise finished. Now she'll set up for the signal exercise. Mara's having a great time showing her 2 dogs this weekend. Beautiful teamwork. Poetry in motion. Seamless. These dogs can really put out their heeling, boy. Such a pretty thing to watch. Animated and happy. Smooth. They make it look so easy. Drop, sit, and come. Happy, enthusiastic. Leash. Next dog coming in the ring is 363. This is going to be Sailor, an 8-year-old female border collie, with Laura Avery from Somers, Connecticut.
Border Collie 363.
Setting up for directed jumping. You'll notice she's focusing her dog as to where she wants the dog to go. The dog is supposed to go straight away to the other end of the ring and sit approximately 20 feet past the jumps on command when the handler tells it to. Lovely. She's setting up for part 2 of this exercise.
Ready? Send your dog. Go! Sit! Star. Over.
Coming to front
Finish.
and finishing.
Exercise.
And exercise finished. And now she'll set up for the signal exercise. Now, during this exercise, the handler is required to use all signals. However, if they make a mistake and they give a verbal healing command or a verbal command for the finish, it is simply points off, but not all the points off for the exercise. However, if they give a verbal command for the stand, stay, down, or sit, then that would take all of the points off this exercise. Or in the competitions, the weekend competitions that we do, we would call that an NQ, which means non-qualifying. In order to qualify for these exercises, the dog must earn at least 50 or more points of each exercise. Here at this national competition, every point counts.
Exercise finished. Thank you.
Next team coming in the ring is 372. This is Zane, a 10-year-old male border collie with Kim Berkeley from Caseyville, Illinois. We're checking the jumps here to make sure that the jump is well set.
Zane, in. Awesome, buddy. Awesome.
Kim and Zane are setting up, center of the ring.
Zane, go.
Before the exercise starts, the exhibitor is certainly allowed to give some precursor cues, so the dog gets an idea of where it's going. Now we'll set up for part 2 of this exercise.
Ready? Send your dog.
Zane, go. Zane, sit.
Bar.
Now the bar jump. Comes to front,
Get in.
sit, and finish. And sit at heel. And exercise finished. Now to set up for the healing exercise.
Are you ready? Forward. Halt. Forward. Up.
Demonstrating wonderful teamwork.
Back.
During this exercise, You see a series of turns: left turn, right turn, about turn. And the judge will order slow, and the handler has to slow down, and the dog has to adapt to the handler. And then a normal out of a slow, a fast, where the handler has to speed up, and the dog has to speed up with the handler. And then a normal, where the handler has to go back to the normal brisk heeling pace.
Exercise finished. Thank you.
And then, of course, with the signal exercise, we have the change of positions, where they have to leave the dog, and then on the judge's orders, they have to down the dog, sit the dog, stand the dog first, stand and leave, down the dog, sit the dog, and then call the dog. All on the judge's orders. The handler has to then command the dog. This is Team 374 coming into the ring. This is Cody, a 7-year-old male border collie, with Rebecca Erickson from Council Bluffs, Iowa.
Cody, sit. Hi, jump. Jump.
And setting up for part 2 of this exercise. She'll refocus her dog so he has an idea where he's supposed to be going out there.
Cody, run.
So you can see there's lots of activity in the ring behind the dogs. There's people walking around setting up jumps. Sometimes there's dogs performing in the ring behind. So it's a lot of distractions.
Get in.
But thankfully the dog stays focused. Setting up for the signal exercise.
Are you ready? Forward. Halt. Forward. Stop. Left turn. Pass.
And the handler stands her dog, leaves her dog all upon the judge's orders, walks down to the other end of the ring. When she turns around and faces her dog, the judge will give her a signal to drop her dog, and then a signal to sit her dog, and then a signal to call her dog. And the handler must use all signals.
Exercise finished. Thank you.
Thank you.
And that completes the signal exercise. Leash on. Leave the ring with the dog under control. Good job. Next team coming in here is 378. This is Zuko, 7-year-old male border collie with Kim Berkeley. She has 2 dogs in this round. She showed 3 yesterday, and this morning 2 of her 3 dogs made it into the top 20.
Ready? Send your dog. Go.
Kim is here from Caseyville, Illinois.
Zuki, sit. High jump. Jump. Get in. In. Ready? Send your dog. Zuko. Zuki, sit. Bar. Jump.
Notice how the dog turns and sits on command and refocuses on their handler,
Get in.
having to pay attention so that they know which jump they're going to be sent over. It's judge's option whether to send the dog over the high or the bar jump first. And now moving on to the signal exercise. With heeling, the judge will call a halt here. The handler must stop and the dog must sit to salvage all the possible points. There was an about turn, a left turn, And the judge will call a fast there. He just said normal. And then there was a right turn. This is an about turn. And now he's called slow, and the handler must slow down noticeably, and the dog must slow down with its handler. And then the judge will call a normal. Here the handler does a right turn, stand your dog, and then leave her dog. Walks to the other end of the ring. The judge will signal her to signal her dog for each one of those. And then a finish. And exercise finished. Next team coming in is 387 Molly. This is an 8-year-old female border collie, Laura Seal, from La Cruces, New Mexico. They're resetting the jumps.
You're good.
The judge likes to check those jumps and make sure they're sturdy and stable whenever there's a jumping change. Handler comes in, removes release. She's going to go set up for the directed jumping exercise. Notice she focused her dog to look out and away. And the judge will say, send your dog. After the judge asks, are you ready? And the handler acknowledges that they are, is when the judge says, send your dog. The handler sends, and then they're responsible for stopping the dog approximately 20 feet past the jump and having the dog sit on command. Here again, the dog is focused on where it's going. Send your dog. She sends her dog away. Exercise finish. She's going to set up for the healing now, the signal exercise. Refocus her dog.
You ready? Ready. Forward. Halt. Forward. Halt. Left turn. Back.
Dog must stand, stay, and wait until directed to do the first position, which is the down. Sit and come. And a finish.
Exercise finished.
And exercise finished. The next dog in the ring will be dog number 397. This is Simmer, a 9-year-old female golden retriever with Robin Farkas from Brecksville, Ohio. they're resetting the jumps for this dog. We want to make sure those jumps are nice and steadied up. The stewards are doing a fantastic job double checking those jumps. And here comes 397 into the ring. And she'll set up in the middle for the directed jumping exercise. Gets her dog to focus at the go-out location, sends her dog on order from the judge, tells the dog to turn and sit. Lovely focus, waits for the judge's order to send her dog over the high jump. Dog goes over the high jump, comes and sits in front, and finishes. Now she's setting up for part 2 of this exercise, refocusing her dog, sending her dog to go, sit, and now she'll have the dog jump the high jump, finish, and exercise finished. Lovely. Now she'll go set up for the signal exercise.
Are you ready? Forward. Halt. Forward. Come out. Left turn. Back.
Notice the fast, normal. About turn. And just about there, the judge will order slow, and the handler must slow down noticeably, and the dog must slow down and adapt to the handler. It's the dog's job to adapt to the handler, not the handler's job to adapt to the dog in healing. The normal for healing is a brisk movement. And all of these handlers that you're seeing in this ring have certainly been moving briskly for the normal. And that dog missed it down. And exercise finished. 399 is the next dog in this ring. That's going to be Zen, a 9-year-old female border collie with Betsy Scapiccio from Flanders, New Jersey. Resetting of the jump once again. Stewards are doing a very good job resetting these jumps. Doing the first part of directed jumping. Sending her over the high jump. Dog comes and sits in front. And to a finish. Exercise finish, setting up for part 2. She'll refocus her dog, so the dog has an idea where she's going. Sending the dog.
Jump!
Betsy turns so the dog can come directly to her for the front. And exercise finish. Moving on to do the signal exercise.
Are you ready?
Ready.
Forward. Halt.
Our camera guys here working this ring, ring 8, doing a great job of being able to capture the handler and the dog and the judge in some of these distant type of exercises where the dog is working away from the handler. Exercise finished. Next dog coming into this ring is dog and handler 400. This is Dell, a 9-year-old female border collie with Mary Wharton from Rogemount, North Carolina. Setting up for the directed jumping exercise.
Ready? Send your dog. Go! Down, sit. Lie down. Up.
Setting up for part 2 of this exercise.
Go!
Notice how the dog has to move towards distractions. There's another dog in the ring behind it, heeling. And your dog in this ring has to stay focused on its job, not pay any attention to the other movements, dogs, handlers, and the other ring behind it.
Signal exercise.
These dogs make it look so easy, but it's not. It's lots of conditioning, teaching the dog to focus, trust you as its handler, that you would never put it in an awkward or unsafe place, position, asking it to go away from you. If you think about it, all the time that we teach a dog to come to us, and now this is just the opposite of sending the dog away from us.
Left turn. Back.
It's not like there's a reward out there. It's not like they're retrieving or doing field work, etc. They have to trust their handler, that leaving their handler, going away, running towards the end of the ring, and then completely stay focused so that when they hear their name, that they turn around and then they hear sit typically. People typically use the dog's name and the command to sit. It's a very tough exercise to teach and to perfect, much like the heeling. These are two of our toughest exercises in this ring to do well. Heeling and the signal exercise. Here again, great camera angle. Dog, exhibitor, judge. So you get to really judge along, so to speak. Lots of ringside judges.
Exercise finished. Thank you.
Next team in the ring is going to be team number 414. This is Cookie, a 7-year-old female Belgian Malinois, with Jennifer Wienick from Pipersville, Pennsylvania. Jumps are being reset by our stewards. Got to make sure our jumps are set correctly here. We got something off kilter over there. Stewart's got it now. There we go. Okay, good catch. And in we go. Setting up for directed jumping. Getting our dog to focus. Look out there where it's going. Notice the matching collar and top.
Cookie sit. Jump.
Handler turns so that the dog can come directly to front. And exercise finish.
Good girl. So good. Very good.
Setting up for part 2 of this exercise, you can see the distractions going on in the other ring. Calls her dog to sit. Coming to front. And a finish. An exercise finish. Okay, now we're going to go do some pretty healing and signal exercise.
Are you ready? Forward. Halt. Forward. About. Left turn. Back. Arm.
Teamwork, working together, making it look seamless. Slow. Dog and handler. Standing your dog, leave your dog, go to the other end of the ring. Dog has to stay intently and focused on their handler here. You can see how difficult this is for several dogs. It's been a long day. Lots of energy spent. They're trying their best to focus and do everything just right. Good job. Next team coming into this ring is going to be 301 Hype. This is a 5-year-old male border collie with Emily Scott from St. Louis, Missouri. Resetting of the jumps again. Dog and handler set up in the center of the ring. She focuses her dog, sends her dog on order from the judge. Turn and sit. Dog refocuses back. And there's her front finish. Resetting up. Refocusing her dog, sending her dog yet again. Oh, dang. Sorry. See that little bit of lack of focus. Oh, she just lost her concentration there. The dog did. But look at the handler, just, that's okay. Let's go. Let's go on to the next exercise. We can do this.
Halt. Forward. Up.
Very important that the handlers continue to support their dogs, help them through the little mistakes like that. Continue to manage, go on to the next exercise, and do your best. And that's clearly what Emily is doing here. Okay, let's nail this signal exercise now. This is a very hard focus exercise. Both of these exercises are very challenging for our dogs. Beautiful down. And a nice sit. And then a come. Come to front. And then a finish. There you go. See? And good for Emily to appreciate her dog. Pet and praise no matter what. Great demonstration of the importance of the relationship over the score. 303 Cord is coming into the ring. 7-year-old male border collie with Marion Crane from Burns Mill, Missouri. Whoops, careful there. Setting up for directed jumping. Cord's happy, happy, happy.
Jump.
And a lovely first part of that exercise. Resetting up, refocusing her dog. Sending on the judge's order. Dog is very focused, very responsive to Marion's commands and signals. Front and finish. And exercise finished. Happy, happy, happy. All right, let's set up and do the signal exercise.
Are you ready? Forward.
Heeling
Halt.
into a halt.
Forward. About.
About turn.
Left turn.
Left turn.
Fast.
Fast. Normal. Right turn. About turn. Slow. Normal. About turn. Right turn. Stand your dog. And leave your dog. Handler walks to the other end of the ring. Waits for the judge's signal for her to signal her dog. There's your down. Your sit. And your come. Into a front. And finish. And exercise finished. Praise and pat. Next dog coming in is going to be Team 311. That is Squeeze, age 7, female golden retriever with Sherry Seibert from Schoolcraft, Michigan. Setting up for directed jumping. Focusing her dog. Getting her to look where she wants her to go.
Ready? We are. Send your dog. Go. Sit. Jump.
Sending her over the high jump. Into a front. And a finish. And exercise finished. Okay. Resetting up for the second part here with Squeeze. Part 2, directed jumping. Refocus. Send your dog.
Go. Sit. Jump.
Handler staying nice and calm. And a good job. Okay, let's go set up for the signal exercise. Come on, Squeezy. Dogs and handlers are starting to get a little tired mentally. So they're working extra hard to keep it all together. Stay calm. Let it be focused adrenaline.
Left turn. Fast.
leaving her dog, coming to the other end of the ring, turning around to face her dog. On the judge's signal, she will down her dog, then sit her dog, then call her dog. Dog is to come, sit in front, and then finish. And we have an exercise finished. Okay, good job. Next dog coming into this ring is going to be 325 Link, 6-year-old golden retriever, with Ted Sturm from Livermore, California. Ted made it into this final round with both of his dogs. He has 2 dogs in the top 20, and he will be showing them back to back. Jumps are being reset. Ted's waiting for the judge to call him in the ring. A little bit of last pep talk to his dog. Dog comes in, leash comes off. Ted's maintaining his calm, cool composure here, setting up in the center of the ring, taking his time to get himself focused and his dog focused.
Ready. Away. Link, sit.
Go out, sit,
Select.
jumping, coming into a front, and a finish, and an exercise finished. Just enough praise, but he wants to try to keep him calm.
We're ready. Away. Link, sit.
Part 2, sending, sitting,
Select.
jumping the bar, jump. These dogs are so well trained, they make it look so easy.
Signal exercise over by the holder.
Okay, now let's watch the signal exercise.
Are you ready?
We're ready.
Forward. Halt. Forward.
Focus teamwork, dog and handler. Focus together, poetry in motion, unison, making it look smooth. Dancing with your dog without the music. Standing his dog and leaving his dog. Staying calm, walking down here to the other end of the ring, turning around facing his dog. He will signal his dog to drop upon the judge's signal to him, then to sit, and then to come. Dog sits in front, and then returns to heel, and a finish, sitting at the handler's left side. Exercise finished. Okay, now he has to go get his other dog, and there's another jump change. This next team is 332. This is Ted with Scout, his 9-year-old male golden retriever. Ted Sturm from Livermore, California. Stewart's double checking those jumps, making sure they're set correctly. It looks like all of our other rings are finished. Ring 1, 2, and 7. I think 7 is complete. Looks like it. And we've only got a couple more dogs here. The judges are super user-friendly, not rushing the exhibitors, particularly these exhibitors that are showing 2 dogs. And this is the last dog in our ring. Scout with Ted. Refocusing his dog. Sometimes when it gets super quiet like this and there's no distractions in the other ring, and yet you've got all these people watching, it gets even more nerve-wracking for the handler and the dog. They get used to working in the distracting environment. Sometimes when it gets ultra quiet, because now everybody's watching just this one team, can get scary. But these 2 are doing a wonderful job demonstrating focus. Ted's a nice, cool customer. Exercise finished. All right, let's go do the signal exercise. Notice the deep breath. Practicing some deep breathing skills there, making sure that he's not overexcited. As a handler, it's always our goal to try to be the best handler for our dogs that we can be. Give the dog a fair chance. It helps. Not always a perfect answer, but it certainly is an important piece of the puzzle, working at this level. And for any of us, just think about whenever you take your dog out in public. If you're nervous and all stressed out and wigged out, they get a little, oh crap, sugar. Ted heard the audience moan and groan. When his dog sat. Okay, that concludes ring 8. That is the last dog in this round. And all of our other rings are finished. It'll probably take maybe a half an hour for awards. Please tune in to ring 1. Everything will be taking place in ring 1. From ring 1 camera, if we have any runoffs, they'll take place in 8. But camera 1 will be filming it. And then the awards will be taking place in ring 1. Camera 1 will be filming that. Thanks, everybody. We hope you tune in tomorrow morning for the Rally National Championship. We'll start live streaming tomorrow morning. I think it's 7:20 in one of our rings and 7:30 in the other. So we'll talk to you then.